Sure, Billy has an idea that Ken Hoff has seen too many movies. The fuck? Where'd all my ducks go? Stream dropped? What? Refresh your page, I guess. You guys still there? Squeak Belt, if you're still here, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Shows I'm still live, so if you guys are here, refresh your page or something. I don't know. On with the book. Okay, some of them probably in the one last job subgenre. He wishes the man would get to the point. It's hot out here, even under the umbrella, and muggy. This climate is for the birds, Billy thinks, and probably even they don't like it. I got you a nice corner suite on the 5th floor, Hoff says. 3 rooms, office, reception, kitchenette. Kitchenette, how about that? Huh? You'll be okay no matter how long it takes. Snug as a bug in a rug. I'm not gonna point, but I'm sure you can count to 5, right? Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. Twitch sucks. We all know it. Twitch and all the other fucking techno babble bullshit. It's all crap. Well, at least I know that people can join this room. So, you guys want to try to jump in, figure out how to click on it and join it, I guess. I don't know. The new room is 8857, so anyone watching, you're welcome to jump in the pool.
Al nord è generalmente poco nuvoloso, salvo locali aumenti della nuvolosità sull'arco alpino, dove non si escludono locali piovaschi.
Sure, Billy thinks. I can even walk and chew gum at the same time. The building is square, your basic saltine box with windows. So there are actually 2 corner suites on the 5th floor, but Billy knows which one Hoff means. The one on the left, from the window, he traces a diagonal down Court Street, which is only 2 blocks long. Diagonal, the path of the shot he'll take, if he takes the job, ends at the steps of the county courthouse. It's a gray granite sprawl of a building. The steps, at least 20, lead up to a plaza with blindfolded Lady Justice in the middle, holding out her scales. Among the many things he will never tell Ken Hoff, Lady Justice is based on injustice, or based on Lustus, a Roman goddess more or less invented by the Emperor Augustus. Billy returns his gaze to the 5th floor, corner suite, and once more eyes the diagonal. It looks to him like 500 yards from the window to the steps. That's a shot he is capable of making, even in a strong wind, with the right tool, of course. What have you got for me, Mr. Hoff? Huh? For a moment, Hoff's dumb self is on full view. Billy makes a curling gesture with the index finger of his right hand. It could be taken to mean, come on, but not in this case. Oh, sure. What you asked for, right? He looks around, sees no one, but lowers his voice anyway. Remington 700. The M24. That's the Army classification. M? Hoff reaches into his back pocket, takes out his wallet, and thumbs through it. He removes a scrap of paper and looks at it. M24, right. Starts to put the piece of paper back in his wallet, but Billy holds out his hand. Hoff hands it over. Billy puts it into his own pocket. Later, before he goes to see Nick, he'll flush it down the toilet in his hotel room. You don't write stuff down. He hopes this guy Hoff isn't going to be a problem. Optics? Scope. The sights. Hoff looks flustered. It's the one you asked for. Did you write that down too? On the paper I just gave you. Okay. I've got the tool in a I don't need to know where. I haven't even decided if I want this job. Does the building over there have security? Another dumb self question. Yeah, sure. If I do take the job, getting the tool up to the 5th floor will be on me. Are we good on that, Mr. Hoff? Yeah, sure. Hoff looks relieved. The new room number is 8857. Then I think we're done here. Billy stands and holds out his hand. It was very nice meeting you. It wasn't. Billy isn't sure he trusts the man. And he hates that stupid scruffy beard. What woman would want to kiss a mouth surrounded by red bristles? Hoff shakes. Same here, Billy. This is just a squeeze. This is just a squeeze. I'm going through. You ever read a book called The Hero's Journey? Billy has, but shakes his head. You should. You should. I just skimmed the literary stuff to get the main part. Straight to the meat of a thing. That's me. Cut through the bullshit. Can't remember the name of the guy who wrote it. But he says every man has to go through a time of testing before he becomes a hero. This is my time. By supplying a sniper rifle and an Overwatch sight to an assassin, Billy thinks. Not sure Joseph Campbell would put that in the hero category. Well, I hope you pass. Two.
नया रॉबिन फैब्रिक व्हाइटनर एक सुविधाजनक सैशे में डिटर्जेंट लेकिन आप तो वो हमेशा महंगी वाली टिकिया
लेती थी जब वही महंगे दामों वाली क्वालिटी वही सफेदी वही झाग कम दामों में मिले तो कोई ये क्यों ले वो न ले
मान गए
किसे
आपकी कार की नजर और निर्मल सुपर दोनों को
Billy supposes he'll get a car eventually if he stays here, but right now he doesn't know his way around, and he's happy to let Paul Logan drive him from the hotel to where Nick is house sitting. It's the McMansion Billy was expecting yesterday, a cobbled together horror show on what looks like 2 acres of lawn. The gate to the long, curving driveway swings open at a touch of Polly's thumb to the gadget on his visor. There is indeed a cherub peeing endlessly into a pool of water and a couple of other statues, Roman soldier, bare-breasted maiden, that are lit by hidden spots now that dusk is here. The house is also lit, better to show off its wretched excesses. To Billy, it looks like the bastard child of a supermarket and a mega church. This isn't a house. It's the architectural equivalent of red golf pants. Frank McIntosh, aka Frankie Elvis, is waiting on the endless porch to receive him. Dark suit, sober blue tie. Looking at him, you'd never guess that he began his career breaking legs for a loan shark. Of course, that was long ago, before he moved up to the bigs. He comes halfway down the porch steps, hand outstretched, like the lord of a manor, or the lord of a manor's butler. Welcome to the pool, Turtle. Beaver. Nice hat. Nick is once more waiting in the hall, one much grander than that of the humble yellow house in Midwood. Nick is built big, but the man with him is enormous, way north of 300. This is Giorgio Piglielli, of course known to Nick Las Vegas cadre as Georgie Pigs, and also never to his face. If Nick is a CEO, then Giorgio is his chief operating officer. For them both to be here so far from their home base suggests that Nick called the agenting fee must be very high. Billy has been promised $2 million. How much have these guys been promised or already pocketed? Someone is very worried about Joel Allen. Someone who probably owns a house like this, or one even uglier. Hard to believe such a thing is possible, but it probably is. Nick claps Billy on the shoulder and says, "You probably think this fat ass is Giorgio Piglielli." Sure looks like him, Billy says cautiously. And Giorgio gives a chuckle, as fat as he is. Nick nods. He's got $1 million grin on his face. I know it does, but this is actually George Russo, your agent. Agent? Like in real estate? Nope, not that kind. Come on in the living room. We'll have drinks and Giorgio will lay this out for you. Like I said yesterday, it's a beaut. Yeah, you figured it out. You'll have to let me know how to do it, in case we do it in somebody else's room. Just keep giving me random ducks. We'll keep winding up face that way. Let's see the pool. 3. The living room is as long as a Pullman car. There are 3 chandeliers, 2 small and 1 big. The furniture is low and swoopy. 2 more cherubs are supporting a full-length mirror. There's a grandfather clock that looks embarrassed to be here. Frank McIntosh, the leg breaker turned manservant, brings them drinks on a tray. Beer for Billy and Nick and what looks like a chocolate malted for Giorgio, who seems determined to ingest every calorie possible before dying at the age of 50. He chooses the only chair that will fit him. Billy wonders if he'll be able to get out of it without help. Nick raises his glass of beer. Here's to us. Maybe we do business that makes us happy and leaves us satisfied. They drink to that. Then Giorgio says, Nick tells me that you're interested, but you haven't actually signed up for this yet. Still in what could be called an exploratory phase. That's right, Billy says. Well, for the purposes of this discussion, let's pretend that you're on the team. Giorgio sucks on the straw and is malted. Man, that's good. Just the ticket on a warm evening. He reaches into the pocket of his suitcase. Enough fabric there to clothe an orphanage, Billy thinks, and produces a wallet. He holds it out. Billy takes it. A Lord Buxton, nice but not fancy, and it's been slightly aged with a couple of scuffs and nicks on the leather. Look through it. It's who you'll be in this godforsaken burg. Billy does. $70 or so in the billfold, a few pictures, mostly of men who could be friends and women who could be gal pals. Nothing to indicate he has a wife and kids. I wanted to Photoshop you into one, standing at the Grand Canyon or something, but nobody seems to have a photo of you, Billy. Photos can lead to trouble. Nick says most people don't carry pictures of themselves in their wallets anyway. I told Giorgio that. Billy continues to go through the wallet, reading it like a book. Like Fils Requiem, which he finished while eating supper in his room. If he stays here, his name will be David Lockridge. He has a Visa card, a MasterCard, both issued by Seacoast Bank of Portsmouth. What are the limits on the plastic? $500 on the Master, $1,000 on the Visa. You're on a budget, of course. If your book works out like we hope it will, that could change. Billy stares at Giorgio, then at Nick, wondering if this is some kind of setup, wondering if they've seen through the dumb self. He's your literary agent, Nick nearly shouts. Is that a hoot or what? Your writer is my cover? Come on. I've never even finished high school. Got my GED in the sand, for God's sakes. And that was a gift from Uncle Sam for dodging IEDs and Mujis and Fallujah and Ramadi. It won't work. It's crazy. It's not. It's genius, Nick says. Listen to the man, Billy. Or should I start calling you Dave now? You're never calling me Dave if this is my cover. Too close to home. Far too close. He's a reader, that's for sure. And sometimes dreams of writing, although he's never actually tried his hand except for scraps of prose here and there, which he always destroyed. It'll never fly, Nick. I know you guys have already started this going. He raises the wallet, and I'm sorry, but it just won't work. What would I say if someone asked what my book was about? Give me 5 minutes, 10 tops, and if you still don't like it, we'll all part friends. Billy doubts if that's true, but tells him to go ahead. Giorgio puts his emptied malted glass on the table. Probably a Chippendale. Beside his chair and belches. But when he turns his full attention on Billy, he can see what Georgie Pigs really is. A lean, athletic mind buried inside an ocean of blubber that will kill him before many years. I know how it sounds at first blush, you being the kind of guy you are, but it will fly. Billy relaxes a little. They still believe what they see. He's safe on that score at least. You're going to be here for at least 6 weeks, and maybe as long as 6 months. Depends on how long it takes for the Moke's lawyer to run out of strings fighting extradition, or until he thinks he has a deal on the murder charge. You're getting paid for the job, but you're also getting paid for your time. You get that, right? Billy nods, which means you need a reason to be here in Red Bluff. And it's not exactly a vacation spot. Truth, Nick says, and makes a face like a little kid looking at a plate of broccoli. You also need a reason to be in that building down the street from the courthouse. You're writing a book, that's the reason. But Giorgio holds up a fat hand. You don't think it'll work, but I'm telling you it will. I'm going to show you how. Billy looks doubtful, but now that he's over his fear that they've seen through the camouflage of the dumb self, he thinks he can see where Giorgio is going. This might have possibilities. I did my research. Read a bunch of writers' magazines, plus a ton of stuff online. Here's your cover. David Lockridge grew up in Portsmouth. New Hampshire. Always wanted to be a writer, but barely finished high school. Worked construction. You kept writing, but you were a hard partier. Lots of drinking. I thought about giving you a divorce, but decided it would be a lot to keep straight. For a guy who's smart about guns, but not about much else, Billy thinks. Finally, you get going on something good, okay? There's a lot of talk in the blogs I read about writers suddenly catching fire. And that's what happens to you. You write a bunch, maybe 70 pages, maybe 100. About what? Billy actually starting to enjoy himself now. But he's careful not to show it. Giorgio exchanges a glance with Nick, who shrugs. Haven't decided that yet. But I'll come up with some. Maybe my own story? Dave's story, I mean. There's a word for that. Autobiography, Nick snaps. Like he's on Jeopardy. That might work, Giorgio says. His face says, nice try, Nick, but leave this to the experts. Or maybe it's a novel. The important thing is you never talk about it on orders from your agent. Top secret. You're writing. You don't keep that secret. You're writing. You don't keep that a secret. Everybody you meet in the building will know the guy on the 5th floor is writing a book, but nobody knows what it's about. That way you never get your stories mixed up. As if I would, Billy thinks. How did David Lockridge get from Portsmouth to here? And how did he wind up in the General Tower, in the Gerard Tower? This is my favorite part. It sounds like a kid listening to a well-loved story at bedtime. And Billy doesn't think he's faking or exaggerating. Nick is totally on board with this. You looked for agents online, but then hesitates. You go online, don't you? Sure, Billy says. He's pretty sure he knows more about computers than either of these two fat men. But that is also information he doesn't share. I do email, sometimes play games on my phone. Also, there's Comixology. That's an app. You download stuff. I use my laptop for that. Comixology. Okay, good. You look for agents. You send out letters saying you're working on this book. Most of the agents say no, because they stick with the proven earners like James Patterson and the Harry Potter babe. I read a blog that said it's a catch-22. You need an agent to get published, but until you're published, you can't get an agent. It's the same in the movies, Nick puts in. You got your famous stars, but it's really all about the agents. They have the real power. They tell the stars what to do, and boy, they do it. Giorgio waits patiently for him to finish and goes on. Finally, one agent says, yeah, okay. What the fuck? I'll take a look. Send me the first couple of chapters. You, Billy says. Me, George Russo. I read the pages. I flipped for them. I show them to a few publishers I know. The fuck you do, Billy thinks. You show them to a few editors, you know. But that part can be fixed if it ever needs to be. And they also flip. But they won't pay big money, maybe even 7-figure money, until the book is finished. Because you're an unknown commodity. Do you know what that means? Billy comes perilously close to saying of course he does. Because he's getting jazzed by the possibilities here. It could actually be an excellent cover, especially the part about being sworn to secrecy concerning his project. And it could be fun pretending to be whatever he's always sort of wished he could be. It means a flash in the pan. Nick flashes the money grin. Giorgio nods. Close enough. Some time passes. I wait for more pages. But Dave doesn't come through. I wait some more. Still no pages. I go to see him up there in Lobsterland. And what do I find? The guy is partying his ass off. Like he's Ernest fucking Hemingway. When he's not working. He's either out with his homeboys or hungover. Substance abuse goes with talent, you know. Really? Proven fact. But George Russo is determined to save this guy. At least long enough to finish his book. He talks a publisher into contracting for it and paying in advance of, let's say, 30 or maybe 50 thou. Not big money, but not small money either. Plus the publisher can demand it back if the book doesn't show up by a certain deadline, which they call a delivery date. But see, here's the thing. Billy. The check is made out to me instead of you. Now it's all clear in Billy's mind, but he'll let Giorgio spin it. I have certain conditions for your own good. You have to leave Lobsterland and all your hard-drinking, coke-snorting friends. You have to go somewhere far away from them to some little shit pot of a town or city where there's nothing to do and no one to do it with. Even if there was, I tell you I'm gonna rent you a house. The one I saw, right? Right. More important, I'm going to rent you office space and you're going to go there every weekday and sit in a little room and pound away until your top secret book is done. You agree to those terms, or your golden ticket goes bye-bye. Giorgio sits back. The chair is sturdy, but still gives out a little groan. Now, if you tell me that's a bad idea, or even if you tell me it's a good idea, but you can't sell it, we'll call the whole thing off. Nick holds up a hand. Before you say anything, Billy, I want to lay out something else that makes this good. Everybody on your floor will get acquainted with you, and a lot of other people in the building, too. I know you, and you've got another talent besides hitting a quarter at a quarter of a mile, like I could do that, Billy thinks, like even Chris Kyle could. You get along with people without buddying up to them.
Mete orario. Previsioni del tempo sull'Italia per domani.
Hi, Anthony.
Generalmente poco nuvoloso, salvo locali aumenti
Welcome in.
sull'arco alpino, dove non si escludono locali piovaschi.
If you have this game and you want to jump in, the room is salt_RT-8857. Turtle or Beaver can tell you how to get in if you have the game and you want to jump in the pool. You're welcome to join. Thank you for the posture check. Oh, and a hydrate. Nice. Throat is getting a little scratchy. Thank you for the redeems. You get along with people without buddying them. They smile when they see you coming. And then, as if Billy had denied it, I've seen it. Hoff tells me that a couple of food wagons stop at that building every day. And in nice weather, people line up and sit outside on the benches to eat their lunches. You could be one of those people. The time waiting doesn't have to be for nothing. You can use it to get accepted. Once the novelty of how you're writing a book wears off, you'll be just another 9-to-5er who goes home to his little house in Midwood. Squeaky Belt, hello. Thank you for the follow, by the way, and welcome in. You're welcome to join the pool as well if you own the game. You have it. You scroll up. I put the room number in chat, so Billy sees how that could happen. So when it finally goes down, are you a stranger? No one knows? The outsider who must have done it? You've been here for months. You make chit-chat in the elevator. You play dollar poker with some of the collection agency guys from the second floor to see who buys the tacos. They're going to know where the shot came from, Billy says. Sure, but not right away. Because at first, everyone will be looking for that outsider. And because there's going to be a diversion, also because you've always been fucking Houdini when it comes to disappearing after the hit. By the time things start to settle, you'll be long gone. What's the diversion? We can talk about that later, Nick says, which makes Billy think Nick might not have made up his mind about that yet. Although with Nick, it's hard to tell. Plenty of time. For now, he turns to Giorgio, aka Georgie Higgs, aka George Russo. Over to you, the look says. Giorgio reaches into the pocket of his gigantic suit jacket again and pulls out his phone. Say the word, Billy. The word being the passcode of your favorite offshore bank, and I'll send 500 grand to it. It'll take about 40 seconds. Minute and a half if the connection is slow. Also plenty of walking around money in a local bank to get you started. Billy understands they're trying to rush him into a decision and has a brief image of a cow being driven down a chute to the slaughterhouse. But maybe that's just paranoia because of the enormous payday. Maybe a person's last job shouldn't be just the most lucrative. Maybe it should also be the most interesting. But he would like to know one more thing. Why is Hoff involved? His building, Nick says promptly. Yeah, but Billy frowns, putting an expression of great concentration on his face. He said there's lots of vacancies in that building. The corner spot on the 5th floor is prime, though. Nick says, your agent Georgie here had him lease it, which keeps us out of it. He also gets the gun. May have it already. In any case, it won't be traced back to us. Billy knows that already from the way Nick has been careful not to be seen with him. No, not even on the porch of his gated estate. But he's not entirely satisfied because Hoff struck him as a chatterbox. And a chatterbox isn't a good person to have around when you're planning an assassination. Right before you dehydrate. True. Yeah, you should always hydrate before you dehydrate. 4. Later that night, closing in on midnight, Billy lies on his hotel room bed, hands beneath the pillow, relishing the cool that's so inferior. He said yes, of course, and when you say yes to Nick Majorian, there's no going back. He is now staring at his own last job story. He had Giorgio send the $500,000 to a bank in the Caribbean. There's a good amount of money in that account right now. And after Joel Allen dies on those courthouse steps, there will be a good deal more. Enough to live for a long, long time if he's prudent. And he will be. He doesn't have expensive tastes. Champagne and escort services have never been his thing. In 2 other banks, local ones David Lockridge will have an additional $18,000 to draw on. There's plenty of walking around money, but not enough to twang any federal tripwires. He did have a couple of other questions. The most important was how much lead time he could expect when the deal was about to go down. Not a lot, but it won't be. He's gonna be there in 15 minutes either. We'll know right after the extradition is ordered, and he'll get a call or a text. It'll be 24 hours at the very least, maybe 3 days or even a week. Okay? Yeah, Billy said. Just as long as you understand, I can't guarantee anything if it is 15 minutes or even an hour. It won't be. What if they don't bring him to the courthouse steps? What if they use another door? There is another door, Giorgio said. It's the one some of the courthouse employees use, but you'll still have a sight line from the 5th floor. And the distance is only 60 yards or so longer. You can do that, can't you? He could, and said so. Nick lifted a hand as if to wave away a troublesome fly. It'll be the steps. Count on it. Anything else? Squeaky Bell, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Welcome to the Salt Shaker. Hope you're enjoying your stay now that you're here. Billy said there wasn't, and now he lies here, thinking it over, waiting for sleep. On Monday, he'll be moving into the little yellow house, leased for him by his agent, his literary agent. On Tuesday, he'll see the office suite Georgie Pigs has also leased for him. When Giorgio asked him what he'd do there, Billy told him he'd start by downloading Comixology to his laptop and maybe a few games. Be sure to write something between funny books, Giorgio said, half joking and half not. You know, get into character, live the part. Maybe he will. Maybe he will do that. Even if what he writes isn't very good, it will pass the time. Autobiography was his suggestion. Giorgio suggested a novel. Not because he thinks Billy's bright enough to write one, but because Billy could say that when someone asked, as someone will, probably lots of someones, once he gets to know people in the Girard Tower. He's slipping towards sleep when the cool idea wakes him up. Why not a combination of the two? Why not a novel that's actually an autobiography? One written not by Billy Summers, who reads Zola and Hardy, and even plowed his way through Infinite Jest, but one written by the other Billy Summers, the alter ego he calls his dumb self. Could that work? He thinks yes, because he knows that Billy as well as he knows himself. I might give it a try, he thinks. With nothing but time on my hands, why not? He's thinking about how he might begin when he finally drifts off to sleep. Hope you guys are enjoying the book and your time in the pool. I'm going to take just a short break right here, and I'm going to go use the restroom. I will be right back.
Probabili nevicate nella nottata di oggi localmente, anche in pianura in quanto le temperature rimangono poco nuvoloso, variabile la fascia centrale, peggioramento sulle regioni nord-occidentali, in estensione il giorno seguente, cioè il giorno 8, non domani, a tutto il nord della penisola. La temperatura di conseguenza rimane sui valori attuali. Grazie, arrivederci.
Taza, taza, parli, taze, kurkure, namkeen, sevi. Oho, dinleyici, ay.
Chapter 3. Number 1. Billy Summers once more sits in the hotel lobby waiting for his ride. It's Monday noon. His suitcase and laptop case are beside his chair, and he's reading another comic book. This one called Archie Comics Spectacular Friends Forever. He's not thinking about Therese Requiem today, but what he might write in his 5th floor office he's never seen. It isn't clear in his mind, but he has a first sentence and holds on to it. That sentence might connect to others, or not. He's prepared for success, but he's also prepared for disappointment. It's the way he rolls, and it's worked out pretty well so far. In the sense, at least, that he's not in jail. At 4 minutes past 12, Frank McIntosh and Polly Logan enter the lobby dressed in their suits. There are handshakes all around. Frank's pompadour appears to have had an oil change. Need to check out? Taken care of. Then let's go. Billy tucks his Archie book into the side pocket of his bag and picks it up. Nah. Let Polly. He needs the exercise. Polly holds his middle finger against his tie like a clip, but he takes the bag. They go out to the car. Frank drives. Polly sits in the back. They drive to Midwood and the little yellow house. Billy looks at the balding lawn and thinks he'll water it. If there's no hose, he'll buy one. There's a car in the driveway, a subcompact Toyota that looks a few years old, but with Toyotas, who can really tell? Mine? Yours, Frank says. Not much, but your agent keeps you on a tight budget, I guess. Polly puts Billy's suitcase down on the porch, takes an envelope from his jacket pocket, removes a key ring, unlocks the door, puts the keys back in the envelope and hands it to Billy. Written on the front is 24 Evergreen Street. Billy, who didn't check the street sign yesterday or today, thinks, now I know where I live. Car keys are on the kitchen table. He holds out his hand again. So this is goodbye. That's okay with Billy. Take her easy, Polly says. Less than 60 seconds later, they're gone. Presumably back to McMansion with the endlessly peeing cherub in the gigantic front yard. Two. Billy goes upstairs to the master bedroom and opens his suitcase. On the double bed that looks freshly made, when he opens the closet to put things away, he sees it's already loaded with shirts, a couple of sweaters, a hoodie, and 2 pairs of dress pants. There's a new pair of running shoes on the floor. All the sizes look right. In the dresser, he finds socks and underwear, t-shirts, Wrangler jeans, He fills up the one empty drawer with his own stuff. There's not much, he thought. He'd be buying more clothes at the Walmart he saw down the way, but it seems like that won't be necessary. He goes down to the kitchen. The Toyota keys are on the table beside an engraved card that says Kenneth Hoff and entrepreneur. Entrepreneur, Billy thinks. There's a word for you. He turns the card over and sees a brief note in the same hand as on the envelope containing the house keys. If you need anything, just call. There are 2 numbers, one for business and one for sale. He opens the refrigerator and sees it stocked with staples: juice, milk, eggs, bacon, a few bags of deli meats and cheese, plastic carton of potato salad. There's a rack of Poland spring water, a rack of Coke, and a 6-pack of Bud Light. He pulls out the freezer drawer and has to smile because what's in there says much about Ken Hoff. He's single until his divorce. Billy's sure there was at least one. He has been fed and watered by women, starting with a mother who probably called him Kenny and made sure he got his hair cut every 2 weeks. The freezer is stuffed with Stouffer's entrees and frozen pizza, and 2 boxes of ice cream novelties, the kind that come on a stick. There are no vegetables, fresh or frozen. Don't like him, Billy says out loud. He's not smiling anymore. No, and he doesn't like what Hoff is doing in this. Aside from Hoff being too out front after the deal goes down, there's something Nick's not telling him. Maybe that doesn't matter. Maybe it does. As Trump says, at least once a day. Who knows? Thank you for the hydrate. Sorry about all the coughing. I'm not used to talking quite this much in a stream. Oh no, helicopter duck is falling out of the pool. Uh-oh. Even farther out of the pool. Rainy duck. It's a new one. Cinco de Mayo duck. Polka duck. Black and white polka duck. Sunny side up duck. Daisy duck. Whoa, volatile duck. Duck you. Five. Wait. 5, 3. He's standing on the front lawn, dressed in jeans and a t-shirt, spraying the grass, when a man comes over from next door. He's tall, his own tree blinding white against very black skin. He's carrying 2 cans of beer. "Hi, neighbor," he says. "Brought you a cold one to welcome you to the neighborhood. Jamal Ackerman." He's got both beers in one big hand and holds out the other. Billy shakes. "David Lockridge." "Dave, and thanks." He twists the hose shut. "Come on inside, where we can sit out on the steps. Haven't really got the place sorted out yet. No need of the dumb self here." "Porch steps will do fine," Jamal says. They sit. They open the cans. Billy tips his to Jamal's and says thanks. They drink. They survey the lawn. It'll take more than water to bring that mess back. They got married, you know. Mine. First one was her mom's. He pretends to shiver, but smiles. Got 2 kids, 10 and 8, a boy and a girl. When they bug you, 'cause they will, holler them back home. If they don't break the windows or light the place on fire, they won't bug me. You buying or renting? Leasing? I'll be here a while, don't know just how long. It's a little embarrassing to come right out and say, but I'm writing a book. Trying anyways. Looks like there's a chance I can get published. Might even be some real money in it. But I'll have to buckle down. I've got an office in town. The Girard Tower. At least I think I do. I'm going to look at it tomorrow. Jamal's eyes have gotten very wide. An author? Living right here in Evergreen Street? I'll be goddamned. Billy laughs and shakes his head. Easy, big fella. I'm just a wannabe for now. Still, man, wow. Wait till I tell Corrine. Gotta have you over for dinner some night. To be able to tell people we knew you when. He holds up a hand. And Billy slaps him 5. You get along with people without buddying up to them. Nick said, it's true and it's not a shuck. Billy likes people and he likes to keep them at arm's length. It sounds like contradiction, but it's not. What's it about, your book? Can't tell you. This is where the editing begins. Giorgio may think he knows it all from reading a few writers' magazines and outline posts, but he doesn't. Not because it's a big secret or something, but because I've got to keep it bottled up. If I start talking about it, yeah, man, got it. Jamal smiles. And so, yeah, just like that. 4. That night, Billy browses Netflix on the big TV in the rumpus room. He knew it was a thing these days, but he never bothered to investigate it. When there are so many books to read, there's so much to watch as well, it seems. The sheer volume of choices is intimidating. And he decides to go to bed early instead of watching anything. Before undressing, he checks his phone and finds a text from his new agent. G. Russo, 9 a.m. at Girard Tower. Don't drive. Uber. Billy doesn't have a David Lockridge phone. Neither Giorgio or Frank McIntosh gave him one, and he doesn't have a burner. He decides to use his personal since Giorgio already did. With the encrypted message app, it should be alright. And Billy has something he really needs to say. Billy, yes. Okay. Don't bring Hoff. Dots roll as Giorgio composes his reply. It doesn't take long. Have to. Sorry. Dots disappear. Discussion over. Billy empties his pockets and puts his pants in the washing machine, along with everything else. He does this slowly, brow furrowed. He doesn't like Ken Hoff. Did not like him, in fact, even before he opened his mouth. Gut reaction. What Giorgio's parents and grandparents would have called reazione estintiva. But Hoff is in it. Giorgio's text made that clear. Have to. It's not like Nick and Giorgio to bring a local into their business. Especially not life after death business like this. Is Hoff in it because of the building, location, as the real estate guys like to say, or because Nick isn't local himself? Neither of those things quite excuse Ken Hoff in Billy's mind. I'm a little bit tight this year, he'd said. But Billy guesses you had to be more than a little bit short in this shekels department to get involved in an assassination plot. And from the very first, the macho beard scruff, the Izod shirt, the Dockers with the slightly frayed pockets, the Gucci loafers worn at the heel, Hoff smelled to Billy like the guy who would be first to flip in an interrogation room if offered a deal. Deals, after all, were what the Ken Hoffs of the world made. He turns in and lies in the dark, hands under the pillow, looking up at nothing. Some traffic on the street, but not much. He's wondering when $2 million starts to look like not enough. When it starts to look like dumb money. The answer seems obvious after it's too late to back out. Billy Ubers to the Grand Towers, as instructed. Hoff and Giorgio are waiting in front. The face bristles still make Hoff look, to Billy at least, like a hobo instead of a cool dude. But otherwise, he's squared away in a summer weight jacket and subdued gray tie. George Russo, on the other hand, looks larger than ever in an unfortunate green shirt, untucked, and blue jeans with enough ass in them to make a pup tent. Billy supposes it's that fat man's idea of how a big-time literary agent dresses for a visit to Sticksville. Propped between his feet is a laptop case. Hoff seems to have pulled back on the salesman Bonhomie, at least a little, possibly at Giorgio's request. but he still can't resist a jaunty little salute.
Immediatamente le teleimmagini del satellite meteosat sull'Italia.
Mon Capitan,
Freddo, il gelo, ma il tutto
good to see you.
qualche banco di
The
cestino.
security guy on duty this morning and most weekdays is Irv Dean.
Rimini e verso
You'll want your driver's license and a quick snap. That okay? It wouldn't be okay with me if it was a fucking hitman. Because it has to be if they're going to proceed. Billy nods. A few work-bound people are still crossing the lobby to the elevators. Some wear suits. Some of the women are in those high heels Billy thinks of as click-clack shoes. But a surprising number are dressed informally, some even in branded tees. He doesn't know where they work, but it's probably not meeting the public. The guy sitting at the concierge-type stand at the lobby center is portly and elderly. The lines around his mouth are so deep they make him look like a life-sized ventriloquist dummy. Billy guesses retired cop, now only 2 or 3 years from total retirement. His uniform consists of a blue vest with Polk security on it in gold thread. A cheap hire. More evidence that Hoff is in trouble, big trouble, if he's solely on the hook for this building. Hoff turns on his charm, turbocharger, approaching the old guy with a smile and outstretched hand. How's it going, Irv? All okay? Fine, Mr. Hoff. Wife tip-top? The arthritis bothers her some, but otherwise she's fine. This is George Russo. You met him last week. And this is David Lockridge. He's going to be our resident author. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Lockridge, Dean says. A smile lights up his face and makes him look younger. Not much, but a little. Hope you'll find some good words here. Billy thinks that's a nice thing to say. Maybe even the best thing. I hope so too. Mind me asking what your book's about? Billy puts a finger to his lips. Top secret. Okay, I hear you. That's a nice little suite on 5. I think you'll like it. I have to take your picture for your building ID if that's okay. Sure. Got a driver's license? Billy hands over the David Lockridge driver's license. Dean uses a cell phone with Gerard Tower demoed on the back to photograph first his license, then Billy himself. Now there's a picture of him on this building's computer servers. Retrievable by anyone with authorization or hacking skills. He tells himself it doesn't matter. This is his last job. But he still doesn't like it. It feels all wrong. I'll have the card for you when you leave. You need to use it if there's nobody here at the stand. Just put it on this reader gadget. We like to know who's in the building. I'll be here most of the time, or Logan when I'm off. And when we are, we'll sign you in. Got it. You can also use your card for the parking garage on Main. It's good for 4 months. Your agent paid for that. It'll open the barrier as soon as I put you in the computer. Parking on the street when court's in session, forget it. Which explains the Uber. There's no assigned space in the garage, but most days you'll find a spot on the first or second level. We're not overcrowded just now. He gives Ken Hoff an apologetic look, then returns his attention to the new tenant. Anything else I can do for you? Just tap 1-1 on your office phone. Landline's installed. Your agent there took care of that too. Mr. Dean has been very helpful, Giorgio says. Hi, Rosie. Welcome in. Quack, quack. If you have this game, Rosie, you're welcome to join the pool. If not, it's okay to just sit in the background and watch. This is the room number. Mr. Dean has been very helpful, Giorgio says. This is his job, Hoff exclaims cheerfully. Isn't it, Herb? Absolutely right. You say hi to your wife. Tell her I hope she feels better. Those copper bracelets are supposed to help. The one they advertise on TV. Might give them a try, Dean says, but he looks dubious and good for him. When they pass the security stand, Billy sees that Mr. Polk Security has a copy of the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue in his lap. There's a bodacious babe on the cover, and Billy makes a mental note to pick one up. The dumb self likes sports, and he likes babes. They take the elevator up to 5 and step out in a deserted corridor. There's an accounting office down there, Hoff says, pointing to connecting suites. Also some lawyers. There's a dentist on this side, I think, unless he moved out. I guess he did, because the plaque on the door is gone. We'll have to ask the rental agent. Rest of the floor is unoccupied. Oh, this guy's in real trouble, Billy thinks again. He risks a glance at Giorgio, but George, is gazing at the door behind which there is now no dentist. As if there was something to see. Near the end of the hall, Hoff reaches into his suitcase pocket and produces a little cloth keycard wallet with GT stamped on the front in gold. This is yours. Also 2 spares. Billy touches one of the key cards to the reader and steps into what would be a small reception area if this were a going business. It's stuffy, stale. Jesus, someone forgot to turn on the air conditioning. Just a second, wait one. Hoff punches a couple of buttons on the wall controller and has an anxious moment when nothing happens. Then cool air begins to whoosh from the overhead vent. Billy reads Hoff's relief in the slump of his shoulders. The next room is a big office and could double as a small conference room. There's no desk, just a table long enough for maybe 6 people, if they crammed in shoulder to shoulder. On it is a stack of Staples notebooks, a box of pens, a landline telephone. This room, his writing studio, Billy supposes, is even hotter than the antechamber because of the morning sun flooding in. No one has bothered to lower the blinds either. Giorgio flaps the collar of his shirt against his neck. Woo! It'll cool quick, real quick, Hoff says. He sounds a bit frantic. This is a great HVAC system. State of the art. It's starting already. Feel it? Thank you for the hydrate. Billy doesn't care about the room temperature, at least for the time being. He steps to the right side of the big window, facing the street, and looks down that diagonal to the courthouse steps. Then he traces another diagonal to the small door further on, the one courthouse employees use. He imagines the scene, a police car pulling up, or maybe a van with sheriff's department or city police on the front side. Law enforcement gets out, 2 at least, maybe 3, possibly 4. Probably not. They will open the door on the curbside if it's a car, the back doors if it's a van. They'll watch Joel Allen clear the vehicle. There'll be no problem picking him out. He'll be the one bracketed by cops and wearing handcuffs. When the time comes, if it comes, there'll be nothing to this shot. Billy, Hoff's voice makes him jerk, as if waking him from a dream. The developer is standing in the doorway of a much smaller room. This is the kitchenette. When Hoff sees he has Billy's attention, he gestures around, palm up, pointing out the mod cons like a model on The Price is Right. Dave. I'm Dave. Right. Sorry, my bad. You got your little 2-burner stove. No oven, but you got your microwave for popcorn, Hot Pockets, TV dinners, whatever. Plates and cookware in the cupboards. You got your little sink to wash up your dishes, mini fridge. No private bathroom. Unfortunately, the men's and women's are at the end of the hall. But at least they're at your end. Short walk. And then there's this. Takes a key from his pocket and reaches up to the rectangular wooden panel above the door between the office/conference room and the kitchenette. He turns the key, pushes the panel, and it swings up. Space inside looks to be 18 inches high, 4 feet long, 2 feet deep. It's empty. Storage, Hoff says. and actually mimes shooting an invisible rifle. The key is so you can lock it on Fridays when the cleaning staff. Billy almost says it, but Giorgio beats him to it, and that's good because he's supposed to be a thinker, not Billy Summers. No cleaning in here, not on Fridays, not on any other day. Top secret writing project, remember? Dave can keep the place neated up himself. He's a neat guy, right, Dave? Billy nods. He's a neat guy. Dean, tell the other security guy, Logan, yeah? And tell Broder to Billy, he says, Stephen Broder, the building super. Billy nods and files the name away. Giorgio hoists the laptop bag onto the table, pushing aside the tools for writing by hand. A gesture Billy finds both sad and somehow symbolic, and unzips it. MacBook Pro. Best money can buy. State of the art. My present to you. You can use your own if you want to, but this baby, all the bells and whistles, can you get it going okay? There's probably an instruction book or something. I'll figure it out. No problem there, but something else might be. If Nick Majorian hasn't rigged this beautiful black torpedo so he can use it as a kind of magic mirror into what Billy writes in this room, he has missed a trick, and Nick doesn't miss many. Oh, sugar pie, that reminds me, Hoff says, and hands Billy another of his engraved cards, along with the key to the cubby over the door to the kitchenette. Wi-Fi password, totally safe, secure as a bank vault. Bullshit, Billy thinks, as he puts the card in his pocket. Well, I guess that's about it. We'll leave you to your creative endeavors. Come on, Ken. Hoff seems reluctant to leave, as if he feels there should be more to show. You call me if you need anything, Dave. Anything at all. Entertainment, maybe? A TV, maybe a radio? Billy shakes his head. He has a considerable musical library on his phone. mostly country and western. He has many things to do in the days ahead. But at some point, he'll find time to rip his tunes to his fine new laptop. If Nick decides to listen in, he can catch up on Reba and Willie and all Hank Jr.'s rowdy friends. And maybe he'll write that book after all on his own laptop, which he trusts. He will also take security measures on both lappies. The new one and his personal, which is an old pal. Giorgio finally gets Hoff out and Billy is on his own. He goes back to the window and stands there, tracing both diagonals, the one leading to the wide stone steps and the one leading to the employee's door. Again, he imagines what will happen, seeing it vividly. Real-world events are never quite the same as the ones you see in your head. But this work always begins with the scene. It's like poetry that way. The things that change, the unexpected variables, the revisions, the stuff that has to be dealt with when it comes up. But it starts with the scene. His phone dings with a text. G. Russo, sorry about H. I know he's a bit of an asshole. Billy, yes. Do I need to see him again? Don't know. G. Russo. Billy would prefer something more definitive, but this will do for now. It will have to. When he gets back to what he supposes is now home, his new David Lockridge building ID is in his pocket. Tomorrow he'll be driving his new used car to work. On the porch, leaning against the door, is a bag of Miracle Grow lawn food with a note taped to it. Thought you could use this. Jamal A. Billy gives the house next door a wave, although he's not sure there's anyone there to see it. It's still half an hour shy of noon. Probably both Ackermans work. He takes the lawn food inside, props it in the hall, then drives to Walmart where he buys two burner phones, an Air and a spare, and a couple of flash drives. Although he'll probably just need the one. He could put the complete works of Emile Zola on a single thumb and barely fill a corner of the space available. He also impulse buys a cheap Alltech laptop, which he puts in his bedroom closet, still in the carton. Pays cash for the phones and the flash drives. He uses David Lockridge Visa for the laptop. He has no immediate plans for the burners. May never even use them. It all depends on his exit strategy, which at this point is only a shadow. Stops at Burger King on the way back, and when he goes to the yellow house, a couple of kids on bikes are in front of it. A boy and a girl, one white and one black. He guesses the girl must belong to Jamal and Corrine Ackerman. Are you our new neighbor? The boy asks. I am, Billy says, and thinks he'll have to get used to being one. It might even be fun. I'm Dave Lockridge. Who are you? Danny Fazio. This is my bud, Shanice. I'm 9, she's 8. Billy shakes hands with Danny, then with the girl, who looks at him shyly as her brown hand disappears into his white one. Nice to meet you both. Enjoying your summer vacation? Summer reading program's okay, Danny says. They give out stickers for each book you read. I've got 4. Denise got 5. But I'll catch up. We're going over my house. After lunch, a bunch of us gonna play Monopoly down in the park. He points. Shan brings the board. I'm always the race car. Kids on their own in the 21st century, Billy marvels. How about that? Only then he notices the fat guy 2 houses down. Wife beater, Bermudas, grass-stained sneakers, keeping an eye on him and on how he behaves with these kids. Well, see you later, alligator, Danny says, mounting his bike. After a while, crocodile, Billy responds, and both kids laugh. That afternoon, after taking a nap, he supposes that he's allowed an afternoon nap now that he's a rider. He takes the 6-pack of Bud from the fridge. He leaves it on the Ackerman's porch with a note that says, "Thanks for the lawn fertilizer, Dave." Off to a good start here in downtown. He thinks so. He hopes so. Except maybe for Hoff. Hoff bugs him. That evening, while Billy's putting down lawn food, Jamal Ackerman comes over with 2 of the beers that were in Billy's fridge. Jamal is wearing green coveralls with his name in gold thread on one breast and excellent tire on the other. With him holding a can of Pepsi is a young boy. Hey there, Mr. Lockridge, Jamal says. This little man is my son, Derek. Shanice says she met her already. Yes, with a little man named Danny. Thanks for the beers. Hey, what is that you're using? Looks like my wife's flour sifter. Exactly what it is. I thought about buying a lawn spreader at Walmart, but for this so-called lawn, he looks at the small bald patch and shrugs. Too much expense for too little return. Looks like it works fine. Might even give it a try myself, but what about in back? That's a lot bigger. It needs to be mown short first, and I don't have a mower yet. You can borrow ours, can't he, Dad? Derek says. Jamal ruffles the kid's hair anytime. No, that's too much, Billy says. I'll buy one. Always supposing I get traction on the book I'm trying to write and stick around. They go over to the porch and sit on the steps. Billy opens the beer and drinks. It hits the spot, and he says so. What's your book about? Derek asks. He's sitting between them. Top secret, smiling as he says it. Yeah, but is it make-believe or true? A little of both. That's enough, Jamal says. It's not polite to pry. A woman is approaching from one of the houses at the far end of the street. Mid-50s, graying hair, bright lipstick. She's holding a highball glass and walking not quite straight. That's Miss Kellogg, Jamal says, keeping his voice low. Widow lady lost her husband last year. Had a stroke. He gazes thoughtfully at Billy. Excuse for a lawn. While mowing the grass, actually. Is this a party or can I crash it? Miss Kellogg asks. Even though she's still on the walk and there's no breeze, Billy can smell the gin on her breath. As long as you don't mind sitting on the steps. Billy gets up and offers his hand. Dave Lockridge. And now here comes the guy who was keeping an eye on Billy's interaction with Shanice and Danny. He swapped his wife beater and Bermudas for a pair of jeans and a Masters of the Universe t-shirt. With him is a tall, scrawny blonde in a house dress and sneakers. From next door, bearing what looks like a plate of brownies, comes Jamal's wife and daughter. Billy invites them all inside where they can sit in actual chairs. Welcome to the neighborhood, he thinks.
Un brevissimo flash meteorologico iniziando dalle temperature di oggi, le temperature minime di questa notte, le minime notturne. La sensibile diminuzione sul nord Italia con valori di primato del freddo, meno 14 osservate Bolzano, Aosta, meno 11 Torino, meno 10 Cuneo, meno 12 Milano. La diminuzione è stata risentita anche
Be right back, chat. I gotta go blow my nose.
sulla Calabria. E adesso direi di passare immediatamente alle immagini del satellite meteostat sull'Italia. Eccola per mostrarvi il gran freddo, il gelo, ma il tutto secco potremmo dire. Qualche banco di sofia sulla pianura padana, ma il cielo sempre l'alto delle altre. Poi praticamente dalla festa di Rimini e verso sud e tutta la intensa copertura delle moneta è legata a un sistema deflazionario estremamente complesso che adesso, prima di mostrarvi il quadro europeo, io deciderò darvi l'opzione anche se il rimasto meridionale è proprio diverso.
already been live for 5 hours. Hey, the Masters of the Universe guy and his skinny blonde wife are Raglins, are the Raglins. The Fazios also show up, although without their son, and the Petersons from the far end of the block with a bottle of red wine. The living room fills up. It's a nice little impromptu party. Billy enjoys himself, partly because he doesn't have to work at projecting the dumb self, partly because he likes these people. Even Jane Kellogg, who is pretty tight and has to keep visiting the bathroom, which he calls the Biffy. And by the time they all drift away early, because tomorrow is a working day, Billy knows he will fit in here. He will be of interest because he's writing a book, and that makes him something of an exotic. But that will pass. By midsummer, always supposing Joel Allen doesn't show up early for his date with a bullet, he'll be just another guy on the street, another neighbor. Billy learns that Jamal is the foreman at Excellent Tire, and Corey is, small world, a steno at the courthouse. He learns that Diane Fazio keeps an eye on Shanice during the summer vacation, while Jamal and Corey are at work. Shanice's brother Derek goes to the day camp and will go to baseball camp in August. He learns that the Dugans, who moved out of the Yellow House very suddenly last October, skedaddled is how Paul Raglan puts it, were snooty, and Dave Lockridge is consequently a good challenge, a good change. After the shot, they'll tell reporters that he seemed like such a nice man. That's okay with Billy. He thinks of himself as a nice man. One with a dirty job, at least he thinks. He never shot a 15-year-old on his way to school. Supposing Joel Allen, aka Joe, actually did that. Before bed, he unboxes his Alltech laptop, powers it up, and Googles Ken Hoff. He's quite the mover and shaker in Red Bluff. He's an elk. He's in Rotary. He was president of the local JC's chapter, chairman of the local Republican Party, during the 2016 election. And there's a picture of pre-beard scruff Ken wearing a red MAGA hat. He was on the city planning board, but stepped down in 2018 after accusations of conflict of interest. He owns half a dozen downtown buildings, including the Girard Tower, which Billy supposes makes him a kind of Donald Trump mini-me. He owns 3 TV stations, 1 here in Red Bluff and 2 in Alabama. All 3 are affiliated with Worldwide Entertainment, which probably explains Hoff's reference to WWE. He's divorced, not once, but twice. That means alimony. Plans to build a golf course were scrapped late last year. Plans for another downtown building are on hold. So is Hoff's application for a casino license. All in all, it's a picture of a man whose small-time business empire is teetering. One push and off the cliff it'll go. Billy hits the rack and lies staring up into the dark with his hands under the pillow. He's starting to understand why Nick was attracted to Ken Hoff and why Ken Hoff was attracted to Nick. Nick can be charming, that $1 million grin, and he's smarter than the average bear. But when you get right down to it, he's a hyena. And what hyenas are good at is sizing up passing herd and picking out the one that's limping, the one that will soon fall behind. Ken Hoff is that. Ken Hoff is the patsy. Not for the killing. He'll have a cast iron alibi for that. But when the cops start looking for the guy who ordered the killing, they won't find Nick. They'll find Ken. Billy decides that's okay with him. He's used up the reservoir of cool under the pillow. So he rolls over on his right side and goes to sleep almost at once. Being a good neighbor is tiring. The next day, Billy hooks up his new MacBook in the office on the 5th floor and downloads a solitaire app. There are a dozen different versions. He opts for Canfield and rigs the computer to leave a 5-second pause before each move. If Nick or Giorgio should choose to look in the monitor and monitor his activities, or maybe Frankie Elvis would be given that task, they will have no idea the computer is playing solo. Billy goes to the window and looks out. Both sides of the court street are lined with parked cars, many of them police cruisers. The umbrella-shaded tables outside the Sunspot Cafe are filled with people eating donuts and danishes. A few people are descending the wide courthouse steps, but a lot more are on their way up. Some trot, showing off their aerobic fitness. Others plod. Most of the plodders are lawyers, identifiable by their huge boxy briefcases Court will soon be in session. As if to underline this, a small bus, once red, now washed pink, trundles slowly down the choked street, passes the steps, and stops outside the smaller door at the right hand end of the big stone building. The door of the bus folds open, a cop gets out, then a Congo line of prisoners in orange jumpsuits. Then another cop. The jumpsuits perp walk around the bus's snub nose. The door to the employee's entrance opens and the men in the jumpsuits go inside, where they'll wait to be arraigned. Interesting and worth filing away. But Billy believes Nick is right. When Alan comes, he'll be escorted up the steps to the main entrance. Not that it matters. The shot will be almost the same either way. What's important is that Court Street is a busy place during the working week. There may be fewer people out and about in the afternoon, but most arraignments take place in the mornings. You always been fucking Houdini when it comes to disappearing after the hit, Nick said. By the time things start to settle, you'd be long gone. You'd better be, because disappearing is part of what they're paying him for. A large part. Nick surely knows that using Billy has certain advantages if he botches the disappearance. He has no friends or relatives that can pursue him or be used to pressure him into giving up the name of his employer. And while Nick might consider Billy far from the brightest bulb in the chandelier, he knows his hired gun is smart enough to realize he can't trade a name for a reduction to homicide in the second or manslaughter. When you shoot a man with a sniper rifle from the 5th floor of a building where you've been set up for weeks or months, there can be no arrangement about the charge. The predetermination in big red letters, the only murder in the first, would do. Yet if Billy were caught, there's one offer the prosecution could make, and Nick would know that too. This is a death penalty state. A smart DA might well offer Billy a shot at life in Rincon Correctional instead of the needle if he talked. Billy supposes that if it came to that, he actually could still keep Nick out of it. He can name Ken Hoff, because Hoff wouldn't live long if the cops grabbed Billy Summers coming out of the Gerard Tower. Hoff might not live long in any case. When dealing with Nick Majorian's ilk, Patsy's rarely did. Billy might not live long even so, because safe is always better than sorry. He might fall down a flight of prison stairs with his hands cuffed behind his back. He might be stabbed in the shower with a sharpened toothbrush, or have a bar of soap stuffed down his throat. He could hold his own against one guy, maybe even two. But faced with a posse of 88s or 3 or 4 wide bodies from the People's Nation, no. And does he want to spend life in prison in any case? Also no. Better dead than caged. He guesses Nick knows that too. None of it will be an issue if he isn't caught. He never has been. 17 times he's gotten away clean. But he's never been faced with a situation like this one. It's not like shooting from an alleyway with a car nearby to carry you away. Best route out of town, carefully marked. How did you disappear after you'd gunned a man down from the 5th floor of a downtown office building, with a shit ton of city and county cops right across the way? Billy knows how it would work in a movie. The bad guy, shooter, would use a sound and flash suppressor. That's not an option in this case. The range is just a little too long, and he won't get a second chance if he misses the first time. Also, there's going to be the unmistakable crack of the bullet breaking the sound barrier. The suppressor can do nothing about that. Billy has a personal issue as well. He has simply never trusted potato busters. Put a gadget on the end of a good rifle and you're taking a risk of fucking up your shot. So it's going to be loud. And while the source may not be immediately identified, when people stop cringing and look up, they're going to see a window on the 5th floor from which a small circle of glass is missing, because these windows don't open. The problems don't daunt Billy. On the contrary, they engage him. The way the prospect of certain dangerous escapes, being chained up inside a safe and thrown into the East River, or dangling from a skyscraper in a straitjacket, no doubt engaged Houdini. Billy doesn't have a whole plan yet, but he's got a start. The parking garage was a little more loaded on the first 2 levels than Irv Dean had indicated. Maybe today's court docket is especially heavy. But by the time Billy got to level 4, he had his pick of spots. Privacy, in other words, and privacy is good. Billy is sure Houdini would have agreed with that. He goes back to the table where the expensive Mac Pro is still playing Canfield. He powers up his own laptop and goes to Amazon. You can buy anything at Amazon.
Ogni famiglia è composta da un maschio e 5 femmine, ognuna delle quali riproduce da 1 a 3 animali
too. Stretch of curb in front of the Gerard Tower has been stenciled, authorized parking only. 11:15, a truck with a big sombrero on the side pulls up there. Below the sombrero, Jose's Eats, and below that, Todos Coman. People start leaving the building, trundling towards the truck like ants drawn to sugar. 5 minutes later, another truck pulls up behind the first. On the side of this one is a grinning cartoon boy wolfing down a double cheeseburger. At 11:30, while people are lined up for burgers and fries and tacos and enchiladas, a hot dog wagon appears. Time to eat, Billy thinks. Also time to meet some more neighbors. There are 4 people waiting for the elevator. 3 men and a woman. All are dressed for business, and all look to be in their mid-30s. The woman may be even younger. Billy joins them. One asks if he's the new rider in residence, as if Billy has supplanted an old one. Billy says he is, and introduces himself. They do likewise. John, Jim, Harry, Phyllis. Billy asks what's good down below. John and Harry suggest the Mexican wagon. Excellent fish tacos, John says. Jim says the burgers aren't bad, and the onion rings are A+. Phyllis says she has her face fixed for one of Petey's chili dogs. None of it's hot cuisine, Harry says, but it beats brown bagging it. Billy asks about the cafe across the street, and all 4 shake their heads. Such instant unanimity strikes Billy funny, and he has to grin. Stay away from it, Harry says. Crowded at lunch. When the prices are high, John adds. I don't know about riders, but when you work for a startup law firm, you have to watch your nickels and dimes. Lots of lawyers in the building? Billy asks Phyllis as the elevator doors open. Don't ask me, ask them. I'm with Crescent Accounting. Answer the phone and check tax returns. Quite a few of us legal beagles. Some on 3 and 4, a few more on 6. Think there's a startup architectural firm on 7. And I know there's a photography studio on 8. Commercial stuff for catalogs. John says if this place was a TV show, they'd call it The Young Lawyers. The big firms are modestly 2 or 3 blocks over. Other side of the courthouse on Holland Street in Emery Plaza. We stay close and get crumbs from the big boys to table. And wait for the big boys to die, Jim adds. Most of the lawyers in the old line firms are dinosaurs who wear 3-piece suits and sound like Boss Hogg. Billy thinks of the sign in front, office space and luxury apartments now available. It looks like it had been there a while, and like Hoff, it had a certain whiff of desperation. I guess your firm got a break on the lease. Harry gives Billy a thumbs up. Bang. 4 years at a price just north of incredible. And the lease will hold even if the guy who owns the building, Hoff's his name, goes into chapter 11. Ironclad. It gives us little fellas some time to get traction. Besides, the lawyer who gets screwed on his own lease agreement deserves to go broke. Young lawyers laugh. Phyllis smiles. The doors open on the lobby. The three men forge ahead, intent on chow. Billy crosses the lobby with Phyllis at a more leisurely pace. She's a good-looking woman in an understated way, more Daisy than Peony. Curious about something, he says. She smiles. It's a writer's stock in trade, isn't it? Curiosity? I suppose so. I'm seeing a lot of people dressed casual, like them. He points to a couple just approaching the door. The guy is wearing black jeans and a sunray tee. The woman with him is in a smock top that declares her pregnant belly rather than hiding it. Her hair is pulled back in a careless ponytail secured with a red rubber band. Don't tell me those two are lawyers or architectural assistants. I guess they could be from the photography studio, but there's a whole herd of them. They work for Business Solutions on the second floor. The whole second floor. It's a collection agency. We call them BS for a reason. She wrinkles her nose as if at a bad smell, but Billy doesn't miss the touch of envy in her voice. Dressing for success may be exciting at first, but as time passes, it must become a drag, especially for women. The good hair, the good makeup, the click-clack shoes. Surely this nice-looking woman from the accounting firm on the 5th floor must, from time to time, think about how much of a relief it would be just to slop on a pair of jeans and a shell top, add a dash of lipstick, and call it good. You don't need to dress up when you spend the day working the phones in a great big open plan office, Phyllis says. Your targets don't get to see when you're telling them to cough up the cash or the bank will slap a lien on your house. She stops just shy of the doors, looking thoughtful. I wonder what they make. I guess you don't crunch their numbers. You guess right. But keep us in mind if you hit big with your book, Mr. Lockridge. We're also a new firm. I think I've got a card in my purse. Don't bother, Billy says, touching her wrist before she can do any serious digging. If I hit it big, I'll just come down the hall and knock on your door. She gives him a smile and an appraising look. There's no engagement or wedding ring on her third finger. And Billy thinks that in another life, this is when he'd ask her to come for a drink after work. She might say no, but that look up from under her lashes along with the smile makes him think she'd say yes. But he won't ask. Meet people, yes. Get liked and liked in return, yes. But don't get close. Getting close is a bad idea. Getting close is dangerous. Maybe after he retires, that will change. Three. Billy gets a burger, dragged through the garden, and sits on one of the plaza benches with lawyer Jim, whose actual name is Jim Albright. Try one of these, he says, holding out a fat onion ring. Fucking delicious. It is. Billy says he's got to get some of those, and Jim Albright says, "Goddamn right you do." Billy gets his rings in a little paper boat, along with some packets of ketchup, and goes back to sit with Jim. "What's your book about, Dave?" Billy puts a finger to his lips. "Top secret." "Even if I signed an NDA?" "Johnny Colton specializes in them." He points to one of his colleagues over by the Mexican wagon. "Not even then. I admire your discretion. I thought writers love to talk about what they're working on. I think writers who talk a lot probably don't write a lot," Billy says. "But once I'm the only writer I actually know, I'm really just guessing." Then, and not entirely to change the subject either, "Look at the guy over there at the hot dog wagon. That's an outfit you don't see every day." The man he's pointing to has joined some of his colleagues at the Mexican food wagon. Even among the other Business Solutions employees, this one stands out. He's wearing gold parachute pants that take Billy back to his Tennessee childhood, when some of the would-be town sharpies wore such gear to the Friday night dances at the Roller Dome. Above it is a paisley shirt with a high collar, like the ones worn by British invasion rock groups in old YouTube videos. The ensemble is finished off with a pork pie hat from beneath it. Lush black hair spills to his shoulders. Jim laughs. "That's Colin White. Quite the fashion plate, ain't he? Gay as hell and cheerful as a Sunday afternoon in Paris. Most of the BSers stick to their own, earning their beer and Skittles by dunning people at the end of their financial rope. Doesn't exactly make them popular, and they know it. But Colin's a regular social butterfly. At least at lunch he is. I have to wonder what he's like when he's on the clock, hectoring widows and busted up vets out of their last quarter and dimes. He must be good at the job because there's a lot of turnover at the company, and he's been here longer than I have. How long is that? 18 months. Sometimes Cole comes to work wearing a kilt. Serious. Sometimes a cape. He's also got a Michael Jackson outfit. You know, the cavalry officer deal with the epaulets and the brass buttons. Billy nods. Colin White is currently holding a cardboard box with a couple of tacos in it. He stops to talk to Phyllis, and something he says causes her to throw back her head and laugh. He's a doll, Jim says, with what sounds like genuine affection. Phyllis strolls off and sits with a few other women. A couple of Colin White's cohorts make room for him before sitting down. He puts one foot behind the other and executes a quick turn that would have done the gloved one proud. Billy puts him at 5'9", 5'10", at most. Another piece of the plan. Maybe level 4 in the parking garage. Maybe more laptops. Now Colin White, a bird of rare plumage. That afternoon, he sets the Mac Pro to playing itself at cribbage, with a 5-second delay before each player one move. He also sets it so that player 2 will beat player 1 every time. That should hold any looky-loos for an hour or so. Then he powers up his own Mac, returns to Amazon, and buys 2 wigs. A blonde one with short hair, and a black one with long hair. In other circumstances, he would have these sent to a In other circumstances, he would have these sent to a storefront mail drop. But on this job, there's no point. Not when David Lockridge will be ID'd as the shooter before the sun goes down on the day it happens. With the wigs taken care of, he puts one of the blank Staples notebooks beside his personal lappy and begins a vital tour of houses and apartments for rent. He finds a number of possibles, but any boots on the ground investigation will have to wait until he gets his goods from Amazon. It's only 2 o'clock when he finishes his virtual house hunting. Too early to call it a day. It's time to actually start writing. He's thought about this quite a lot. At first he assumed he would use his own machine for that. Using the Pro might mean his employer and possibly his literary agent could be reading over his shoulder. which makes him think of the telescreens in 1984. Would Nick and Giorgio be suspicious if they looked in and didn't see any copy? Billy thinks they would be. They would say anything. They wouldn't say anything, but it might give them the idea Billy knows more about snooping and hacking than he wants them to know. There's another reason to write on the Pro. Even though it may be bugged, it's a challenge. Can he really write a fictionalized dumb self version of his own life story? Risky, but he thinks maybe he can. Faulkner wrote dumb in The Sound and the Fury. Flowers for Algernon by Daniel Case is another example. There are probably more. Billy quits the automated cribbage game and opens the blank Word document. He titles the story of Benji Compson. A nod to Faulkner. He's sure neither Nick nor Giorgio will tip to. He sits for several seconds, strumming his fingers on his chest and looking at the blank screen. This is a crazy risk, he thinks. This is the last job, he thinks. And types the sentence he's been holding in his mind for just this occasion. The man my ma lived with came home with a broke arm. He looks at this for almost a minute, then types again. I don't even remember his name, but he was plenty mad. I guess he must have went to the hospital first because it was in a cast. My sister, Billy shakes his head and fixes it so it's better. He thinks so anyway. The man my ma lived with came home with a broke arm. I guess he must have went to the hospital first because it was in a cast. My sister was trying to bake cookies and she burnt them. I guess she forgot to keep track of the time. When that man came home, he was plenty mad. He killed my sister, and I don't even remember his name. He looks at what he's written and thinks he can do this. More, he wants to do this. Before starting to write, he would have said, yes, I remember what happened, but only a little. Only now there's more. Even that short paragraph has unlocked a door and opened a window. He remembers the smell of burnt sugar and seeing smoke seep out of the oven and the chip on the side of the stove, the flowers in the teacup on the table, and some kid outside chanting, 1 potato, 2 potato, 3 potato, 4. He remembers the heavy clod of that man's boots coming up the steps. That man, that boyfriend, and now even remembers the name. It was Bob Raines. He remembers, thinking when he heard that man use his fists on Ma. Bob is raining, Bob is raining, Bob is raining on Ma. He remembers her smiling after and saying he didn't mean it, and it was my fault. Billy writes for an hour and a half, wanting to bolt ahead, but holding himself back. if Nick and Giorgio or even Elvis is looking, and they must be seeing the dumb self going slowly, struggling for every sentence. At least he doesn't have to deliberately misspell words. The ones on the computer doesn't correct automatically. It underlines in red. At 4 o'clock, he saves what he's written and shuts down. He finds he's looking forward to picking up the thread tomorrow. Maybe he's a writer after all. When he gets back to 5, when he gets back to Midwood, Billy finds a note thumbtacked to his door. It's an invitation to have ribs and slaw and cherry cobbler at the Raglan's down the street. He goes because he doesn't want to be seen as standoffish, but with no enthusiasm, expecting an after-dinner conversation over Kansas Suds having to do with commie college kids, this, and dirty immigrants, that. He is stunned to discover that Paul and Denise Ragland voted for Hillary Clinton and can't stand Trump, who they call President Crybaby. Proving once more, Billy supposes as he walks home that you can't judge a man by his wife beater. He's already been sucked in by a Netflix show called Ozark and is ready to start the 3rd episode when his cell phone, his David Lockridge cell phone, dings with a text. George Russo, ever the concerned agent, wants to know how his first day went. Pretty well, I did some writing. Good to hear. We'll make you a bestseller yet. Can you drop by Thursday night, 7 p.m., dinner? Ann wants to talk to you. Nick is still in town, then. And probably in Vegas withdrawal. Sure, but no H. Absolutely not. G. Russo. That's good, Billy thinks. He could live long and die happy if he never saw Ken Hoff again. Turns off the TV and goes to bed. Slips easily into sleep. And at some point, just before dawn's prologue, he slips just as easily into nightmare, which he will write down tomorrow as Benji Compson, changing the names to protect the guilty. Gonna grab another drink. Chat, sit tight. I'll be right back.
l'arco alpino, dove non si escludono locali che maschi.
Six. The man my ma lived with came home with a broke arm. I guess he must have went to the hospital first because it was in a cast. My sister was trying to bake cookies and she burnt them. I guess she forgot to keep track of the time. When the man came home, he was plenty mad. He killed my sister, and I don't even remember his name. He started yelling as soon as he came in. I was on the floor of the trailer, putting together a 500-piece jigsaw puzzle that when it was done would be two kittens playing with a ball of yarn. I could smell the booze he was drinking even with the smoke from the cookies, and found out later he got into a fight at Wally's Tavern. He must have lost because he had a black eye too. My sister, Catherine was her name, although that's not the one he'll use. Almost, but not quite. Catherine Ann Summers. Just 9 on the day she died. Blonde, small. My sister Cassie was at the table. We ate off. Coloring in her book. She would have turned 10 in 2 or 3 months. And she was looking forward to being in 2 figures instead of just 1. I was 11 and supposed to be looking out for her. The boyfriend was yelling and waving at the smoke, which was only just started before he came in, asking, "What did you do? What did you do?" And Kathy, Billy deletes that fast, hoping nobody's looking right then. Cassie said, "I was baking cookies. I guess they burnt. I'm sorry." And he said, "You're a stupid little bitch. I don't believe how stupid you are." He opened the oven door and more smoke came out. If we had a smoke detector, it would have gone off, but we didn't. But we didn't have one in our trailer. He picked up a dish towel and started flapping it at the smoke. I would have got up to open the outside door, but it was open already. The boyfriend reached in to get the cookie sheet. He grabbed it with his good hand, but the dish towel slipped and he burnt his hand and spilled those cookies that were in shapes. I helped Cassie cut out and they went all over the floor. Cassie got down to pick them up, and that's when he started killing her. Or maybe it happened right away when he swatted her with that cast upside her head, and she flew into the wall. Out like a light, anyway. but maybe still alive. Only then he started kicking her with these boots he always wore that my ma called motor huckle boots. Stop it, you're killing her, I said, but he didn't stop until I said, stop it, you son of a bitch. Bully chicken shit fucker, stop hurting my sister. So then I went to tackle him and he pushes me down. Billy gets up and goes to the window of the office that is now, he supposes, his writing room. People are coming and going on the courthouse steps. But he doesn't see them. He goes into the little kitchenette for a drink of water. He spills a bit of it because his hands are trembling. They don't tremble when he's going to take a shot. They're always stone steady then. But they are now. Not a lot, but enough to spill some water. His mouth and throat are dry, and he drinks down the whole glass. It has all come back to him. It all makes him ashamed. He will leave what he has written about trying to tackle. He will leave what he has written about trying to tackle Bob Raines because it puts a layer of heroic fiction over the truth, which is close to unbreakable. He didn't tackle Bob Raines. While Bob Raines was kicking his sister, stepping on her and crushing her fragile chest on which no breasts would ever appear, Billy was supposed to take care of her. Take care of your sister was the last thing Ma always said when she left for her job at the laundry. But he didn't take care of her. He ran for his life. But it was in my mind even then, he thinks, as he goes back to the table and the laptop. It must have been, because it wasn't our room I ran for. I ran for theirs, Billy says as he picks up where he left off. So then I went to tackle him and he pushes me down. And I got up and ran down the trailer to their room at the end and slammed the door behind me. He started pounding on it right away, calling me every name in the book, and said, if you don't open this door right now, Benji, you're going to be one sorry-ass motherfucker. Only I knew it didn't matter if I opened the door or not, because he'd do to me like he did Cassie. Because she was dead, even if a kid of 11 could see that. Ma's boyfriend used to be in the army, and he kept his foot locker at the end of the bed with a blanket over it. I pushed the blanket off and opened the foot locker. He had a padlock for it, but hardly ever used it. Maybe never. If he'd have, I wouldn't be writing this because I would be dead. And if that gun of his hadn't been loaded, I'd be dead. But I knew it was because he kept it loaded in case of what he called burger gurglers. Burglars, Billy thinks. Christ, how it all comes back. He bust in the door like I was pretty sure he would. Not pretty sure, Billy thinks. I knew because it was nothing but fiberboard. Kathy and I used to hear them going at it just about every night. In the afternoon, if Ma came home early, but that was another fiction, he would leave. When he come in, I was sitting with my back against the foot locker. I was sitting with my back against the foot of the bed, with his gun pointing at him. It was an M9x19 that took 15 parabellum rounds. I didn't know that then, of course, but I knew it was heavy, and I held it in both hands against my chest. He said, give that to me, you useless piece of shit. Don't you know kids ain't supposed to play with guns? Then I shot him. Dead center mass. He just stood there in the doorway like nothing happened. But I knew it did because I saw the blood fly out of his back. The M9 recoiled against my chest. Billy remembers making an sound and burping. And later on, he had a bruise there above his sternum. And he fell down. I went over to him and said to myself that I might have to shoot him again. If I had to, I would. He was my mother's boyfriend, but he was wrong. He was a bad guy. Except he was dead, Billy says. Bob Raines was dead. Thinks briefly of deleting everything he's written. It's awful, but saves it instead. He doesn't know what anyone else might think, but Billy thinks it's good. And good that it's awful, because awful is sometimes the truth. He guesses he really is a writer now, because that's a writer's thought. Emile Zola might have thought the same when he was writing, or when Nana gets sick and all of her beauty rots away. His face feels hot. He goes back to the kitchenette and splashes water on it. Then stands bent over the little sink with his eyes shut. The memory of shouting Bob Raines doesn't bother him. But it hurts to remember Kathy. Take care of your sister. Writing is good. He always wanted to do it, and now he is. That's good. Only who knew it hurt so much? The landline phone rings, making him jump. It's Herb Dean, telling him he has a package from Amazon. Billy says he'll come right down and pick it up. Man, that company sells everything, Herb says. Billy agrees, thinking, you don't know the half of it. It's not the wigs. Even with Amazon speedy delivery, those won't come until tomorrow. What he's got today would fit in the cubby over the doorway between the offices and the kitchen. but Billy has no intention of stowing it there. All his Amazon swag is going back to the yellow house in Midwood. He opens the box and takes out the things he ordered, one by one. From Funtime Limited in Hong Kong is a box containing a mustache made of real human hair, blonde like one of the wigs he's ordered. It's a little bushy. When the time comes, he'll trim it. He wants the disguise not to stand out. Next is a pair of horn-rimmed glasses with clear lenses. These are surprisingly hard to find. You can buy reading glasses at any drugstore, but Billy's vision is 20/20. But Billy's vision is 20/10, and even slight magnification gives him headaches. He tries them on and finds the fit a little loose. He could tighten the bows, but won't. If they slide down his nose a bit, they'll give him a scholarly air. Last, the most expensive item, the pièce de résistance, is a silicone pregnancy belly. Sold by Amazon, but made by a company called Mom Time. It was expensive because it's adjustable, allowing the wearer to look anywhere from 6 to 9 months pregnant. It attaches with Velcro straps. Billy knows that these fake bellies are no notorious shoplifting tools. Big box security personnel are told to be on the lookout for them. But Billy has not come to this small city to shoplift, and it won't be a woman wearing it when the time comes. That will be his job. Thank you for the redeems. Excellent timing. Oh. I'm gonna quack this duck. I like this one's quack. Disco. Disco duck. Chapter 5. 1. Billy shows up at Nick's borrowed McMansion a bit before 7 on Thursday evening. He's read somewhere that the polite guest arrives 5 minutes early. No more, no less. Polly is the official greeter this time. Nick is once more waiting in the hall, thus out of sight of any passing law enforcement drones. Unlikely, but not impossible. His smile is turned up to maximum. Arms outstretched to enfold Billy in a hug. Chateau Brained on the menu. I gotta cook. I don't know what he's doing in this rinky-dink town, but he's great. You're going to love it. And save some room. He holds Billy back at arm's length and drops his voice to a hoarse whisper. I heard a rumor about baked Alaska. You have to be tired of microwave dinners, right? Right? That's right. Frank appears in an ascot and pink shirt, with his hair combed and gleaming, swoops and swirls piled high above an Eddie Munster widow's peak. He looks like a hoodlum in a gangster movie who gets killed first. He's got some glasses and a big green bottle on a tray. Champers, Malt, and Shandon. He sets down the tray and eases the cork from the bottle's neck. No pop and no splurt. Frankie Elvis may not know French, but his opening technique is superb. So is his pour. Psycho on Beer Garden says hi. Almost said hi back. Nick lifts a glass. The others do likewise. To success. Billy, Polly, and Frank clink and drink. Champagne goes pleasantly to Billy's head at once, but he refuses another glass. I'm driving. Don't want to get stopped. That's Billy, Nick says to his amigos. I was thinking 2 steps ahead. 3, Billy says, and Nick laughs. Like this is the funniest thing he's heard since Henry Youngman died. The amigos dutifully follow suit. Okay, Nick says. Enough with the bubble water. Mangiamo, mangiamo. Mangiamo, mangiamo. It's a good meal, starting with French onion soup, progressing to beef marinated in red wine, and ending with a promised baked Alaska. It's served by an unsmiling woman in a white uniform. Except for the dessert, of course. Nick's hired chef wheels that in himself to the expected applause and compliments, nods his thanks, and leaves. Nick, Frank, and Polly carry the conversation, which is mostly about Vegas. Who is playing there? Who is building there? Who is looking for a casino license? As if they don't understand that Vegas is obsolete. Billy thinks probably they don't. There is no sign of Giorgio. When the serving woman comes in with after dinner liquors, Billy shakes his head. So does Nick. Marge, you and Alan can leave now, Nick says. It was a great meal. Thanks, but we've just started to clean up the... We'll worry about that tomorrow. Here, give this to Alan. Car fare, my old man would have said. He pushes some bills into her hand. She mutters that she will and turns to go. And Marge, she turns back. You haven't been smoking in the house, have you? No. Nick nods. Don't linger, okay? Billy, let's you and me go in the living room for a little chin-chin. You guys find something to do. Paul tells Billy it was good seeing him and heads for the front door. Frank follows Marge into the kitchen. Nick drops his napkin into the smeared remains of his dessert and leads Billy into the living room. The fireplace at one end is big enough to roast the Minotaur. There are statues in niches and ceiling murals that look like porno versions of the Sistine Chapel. Great, isn't it? Nick says, looking around. It sure is, Billy says, thinking that if he had to spend too much time in this room, he might lose his mind. Sit down, Billy. Take a load off. Where's Giorgio? Did he go back to Vegas? Well, he might be there. Or he might be in New York or Hollywood talking to movie people about this great book he's agenting. None of your business. In other words, Billy thinks, which is, in a way, fair enough. He's just an employee, after all. What they'd call a hired gun in the Old West movies. Mr. Stepanek used to like. Thinking of Mr. Stepanek makes him think of 1,000 junked cars. It seemed like 1,000 to a kid anyway. And maybe there really were that many, with their cracked windshields winking in the sun. How many years since he had last thought of that automobile graveyard? The door to the past is open. He could probably push it shut, latch and lock it, but he doesn't want to. Let the wind blow in. It's cold, but it's fresh. And the room he's been living in is stuffy. Hey, Billy. Nick's snapping his fingers. Earth to Billy. I'm here. Yeah? Thought for a minute I lost you. Listen, are you actually writing something? I am, Billy says. Real life or made up? Made up. Not about Archie Andrews and his friends, is it? Smiling. Billy shakes his head, also smiling. They say that a lot of people writing fiction for the first time use their own experiences. Write what you know. I remember that from senior English. Paramus High School. Go Spartans. That the case with you? Billy makes a seesaw gesture with one hand. Then, as if the idea has just occurred to him, hey, you aren't getting up on what I'm writing, are you? A dangerous question, but he can't help himself, because I wouldn't want. God, no, Nick says, sounding way past surprised, sounding actually shocked. And Billy knows he's lying. Why would we do that, even if we could? I don't know, I shrugged. Wouldn't want anyone peeking. Because I'm no writer. Just trying to stay in character. And passing the time. I'd be embarrassed for anyone to see it. You put a password on the laptop, right? Billy nods. And nobody will. Nick leans forward, his brown eyes on Billy's. He lowers his voice like he did when telling Billy about the baked Alaska. Is it hot? Threesomes and all that? No, not really. Get some sex in there. That's my advice, because sex sells. He chuckles and goes to a cabinet across the room. I'm going to have a splash of brandy. You want some? Nothing. He waits for Nick to come back. Any word on Joe? Same old, same old. His lawyer's appealing the extradition like I told you. And the whole thing is on hold, maybe. Who knows? Because Johnny Judge is off on vacation. But he's not talking about what he knows. If he was, I'd know. Maybe he might have an accident in jail. Never get extradited at all. They're taking very good care of him. Out of Gen Pop, remember? Oh yeah, right. That seems a little convenient. Is an observation Billy can't make. It would be a bit too smart. Be patient, Billy. Settle in. Frankie says you're meeting the neighbors out there in Midwood. So he hasn't seen Frank in the neighborhood, but Frank has seen him. Nick is checking his sexy new lappy at will and also keeping an eye on him at his temporary home. Billy thinks again of 1984. I am. And in the building? There too, sure. Mostly at lunch, the food wagons. That's great. Blend in with the scenery. Become part of the scenery. You're good at that. I bet you were good at it in Iraq. I was good at it everywhere, Billy thinks. At least after I killed Bob Raines, I was. Time to change the subject. You said there was going to be a diversion. Said we talk about it later. Is this later enough? It is. Nick takes a mouthful of brandy and swirls it around like it's mouthwash. Swallows. Happens to feed into an idea I wanted to try out on you. The diversion is going to be a couple of flash pots. You know what those are? Billy does, but shakes his head. Rock bands use them. There's a bang and a big flash of light, like a geyser. When I know for sure that Joe is coming east, I'll have a couple planted near the courthouse. One for sure in the alley that runs behind that cafe on the corner. Polly suggested putting one in the parking garage, but that's too far away. And besides, what terrorists blow up? And besides, what terrorist blows up a fucking parking garage? Billy makes no attempt to hide his alarm. Planning those things isn't going to be Hoff's job, is it? Nick doesn't bother to swirl the second mouthful of brandy. He just gulps it down. He coughs and the cough turns into a laugh. What, you think I'm stupid enough to give a job like that to a Grand Figlio de Putana like him? I'd be sad if that was your opinion. It'd be sad if that was your opinion of me. No, I've got a couple of my guys coming in. Good boys, trustworthy boys. Billy thinks you don't want Hoff placing flash pots because that could come back to you. But you don't mind him procuring the gun and placing it in the shooter's nest, because that will come back to me. How stupid do you think I am? I'll probably be in Vegas when this thing goes down. But Frankie Elvis and Paul Logan will be here with the two other guys I'm bringing in. If you need anything, they'll take care of it. He leans forward again, earnest and smiling. It's going to be a beautiful thing. The gunshot goes, scaring everybody, then the flashpots go boom boom, and anybody who's not running already starts running, then and screaming their heads off. Active shooters, suicide bombers, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, whatever. But the real beauty of it, unless somebody breaks a leg running away, nobody gets hurt except for Joel Allen. That's the real name. Court Street is in a panic, and that brings me to what I wanted to talk to you about. Okay. Now, I know you're used to planning your own getaways, and you've always been good at it. Fucking Houdini, like I said. But Giorgio and I had a little idea. Because Nick shakes his head. Man, this could be a tough one, even for you. And even if we panic, the street with the flashbangs, which we will if you've already got something worked out, go with God. But if you don't, I don't. Although he's getting there. Billy gives a big dumb self smile. Always happy to listen, Nick. I wouldn't trust him. Morning, Will. Don't forget to take care of yourself. Amazing voice, by the way. Well, thank you, Squeaky Belt. Thank you for coming in, and thank you for the sub and hanging out. Invite you to come back and stick around. I'll be doing more readings. This is a longer book. It's an actual novel. Let's see. Two. He's home. He guesses the yellow house is home, at least for a while, by 11 p.m. All of his Amazon swag is in the closet. He would have stayed there until he got the call that Alan is headed east from Los Angeles, but things have changed. Billy is uneasy. The black wig can stay there. Stay here when it comes. But he takes the other stuff out to the car and stows it in the trunk. He won't be spending all of tomorrow in the 5th floor office. And that's okay. The nice thing about being the Gerard Towers writer in residence is that he's not a working stiff who has to keep regular hours. He can come in late and leave early. He can take a stroll if the urge strikes. If anyone asks, he can say he's working over a new idea, or doing research, or just taking an hour or two off. Tomorrow we'll stroll 9 blocks to 658 Pearson Street. There's a 3-story house on the corner, on the border of a multi-principal downtown. Yeah, well, this is a Placid Plastic Duck Simulator. You're welcome to join and play if you'd like. Here's the room code if you want it.
Un brevissimo flash meteorologico iniziando dalle temperature di oggi, le temperature minime di questa notte, le minime notturne. La
Yeah,
sensazione sul nord
it's a cheap little game. It's fun.
14 osservate Bolzano, Ossa, -11, Torino, -10, Cuneo, -12 Milano. La diminuzione è stata risentita anche in alcune regioni del sud Italia, prevalso un aumento sulla Calabria. E adesso direi di passare immediatamente alla teleimmagine del satellite Meteosat sull'Italia, eccola per mostrarvi il grande il gelo, ma il tutto secco potremmo dire, qualche banco di foschia sulla pianura padana, ma il cielo sereno, l'arco delle Alpi nevato. Poi praticamente dall'altezza di Rimini e verso sud è tutta la intensa copertura nuvolosa legata a un sistema depressionario estremamente complesso che adesso, prima di
Billy has already looked at the house on Zillow,
è poco diverso.
but that's not good enough. He wants eyes on. He locks the car and goes back inside. He brought the shiny new MacBook Pro back from the office and parked it on the kitchen table. Now he opens it and reads what he's written as Benji Thompson. It's only a couple of pages, ending with Benji shooting Bob Rains. He reads it over 3 times, trying to see it as Nick must have, because Nick has read it. After that crack about writers using their own experiences, Billy has no doubt of it. He doesn't care if Nick finds out about his childhood. For all Billy knows, Nick has checked that out already. What Billy does care about is protecting the dumb self. At least for now. He won't be able to sleep until he makes sure that there's nothing in those 2 or 3 pages that makes him seem too smart. So he goes over it a 4th time. At last he shuts the laptop down. He doesn't think there's anything in the prose that a C student in English couldn't have written, assuming most of it really happened. Spelling is mostly good, and the pronunciation, but Nick wouldn't chalk that up to autocorrect. Although the word program isn't able to detect the difference between can't and can't, the computer always turns don't into don't. It underlines misspelled in red. It even notes the most egregious grammatical lapses. The verb tense in what he's written come and go, which is fine because that's above the computer's pay grade. Although the day will probably come when it flags those 2. But he's uneasy. Just don't trade a hot dog to a bitey little shit raccoon. Okay. But he's uneasy. He's never had reason to distrust Nick, who's undoubtedly a bad person, but who has always played straight with Billy. He's not playing straight now, or he wouldn't have denied cloning the Pro. Would not have cloned it in the first place. Billy feels he can still assume the job is straight. The first quarter of the payout is in his bank account. $500,000, tall ticket. But this whole thing still feels wrong. Not big wrong, just a little wrong. A little wonky. It's like one of those shots you sometimes see in a movie, where the camera has been slightly tilted to give you a sense of discomfort. Touching is what the movie people call that kind of tilt. And that's how this job feels. Touched. Not enough to call it off, which he might not be able to do anyway, now that he's said yes, but enough to be concerning. And there's the getaway plan. Nick sprang on him. If you've already got something worked out, go with God, he said. But if you don't, me and Giorgio had an idea that might work fine. Sorry, chap, my eyes twitching. Nick's idea isn't a problem because it's bad. It's not. It's good. But disappearing after the job is done has always been Billy's responsibility. And for Nick to get in his business like that is, well, Dutched. Billy murmurs to his empty kitchen. Nick said that 6 weeks ago, when this job looked like becoming a reality. He sent Paul Logan up to Macon and told him to buy a Ford Transit van. Not new, but not more than 3 years old. Transits were the workhorses of Red Bluff's Department of Public Works fleet. Billy has already seen several painted yellow and blue, with two moto with the motto, "We are here to serve," painted on the sides. The brown Transit Frank bought in Georgia was now in the garage on the outskirts of town, painted in DPW colors with the DPW motto. I'll have a good idea when Alan's extradition is getting close, Nick said. He was sipping a little more brandy. Those guys I told you about, the ones coming in, will start being out and about in that van. Always looking busy, but not really doing anything. Never staying too long in one place, but always near the courthouse in the Girard Tower. An hour here, 2 hours there, becoming part of the scenery. In other words, like you, Billy. On the day of Alan's arrival, Nick said this bogus DWP van On the day of Alan's arrival, Nick in this bogus DPW van would be parked around the corner from the Gerard Tower. The bogus city workers would maybe open a manhole cover and pretend to be doing something inside. When the shot came and the flash pot explosion, people would run everywhere, including from the Gerard Tower, including Billy Summers, who would race around the corner and into the back of that van. There he would jump into a pair of DPW coveralls. The van pulls around the courthouse. Cops are already on the scene, my guys, and you. Pile out and ask if there's anything they can do to help. Put up sawhorses to block the street or something. In all the confusion, it will look 100% natural. You see that? Billy saw. It was bold, and it was good. The cops, they probably tell us to get lost. We're city workers, but we're civilians, is that right? Nick laughed and clapped his hands. See? Anyone who thinks you're stupid is full of shit. My guys say yes, sir, officers, and off you drive. And if you keep driving, after switching vehicles, of course, driving to where? Des Pierre, Wisconsin, 1,000 miles from here. There's a safe house. You stay there a couple of days, relax, check your bank account for the rest of your payday. Think about how you're going to spend your money. After that, you're on your own. How does it sound? Sounds like a trap to me. I don't know about you guys, but I wouldn't trust my shit to nobody. It sounded good. Too good? Possible setup? Unlikely. If anyone in this deal is being set up, it's Ken Hoff. Billy's problem with Nick's unexpected offer is that he's never had to depend on other people to disappear before. He doesn't like it, but that wasn't the time to say so. Let me think about it, okay? You bet, Nick said. Plenty of time. You know what I would do? I would agree to it and then disappear on my own. But that's just me. Billy hauls his suitcase out of the master bedroom closet. He puts it on the bed and unzips it. It looks empty, but it's not. The lining has Velcro strips running along the underside. Pulls the lining up and takes out a small flat case. Kind, smart people, those who read more challenging stuff than Archie digests and supermarket checkout lane scandal papers, might call an etui. There's a wallet inside with credit cards, driver's license, issued to Dalton Curtis Smith of Stowe, Vermont. There have been many other wallets and IDs during Billy's career, not one for each of his assassinations. He calls them what they are. But at least a dozen leading up to the current one belongs to a make-believe individual named David Lockridge. Some of his previous selves had good ID, some not so good. The credit cards and driver's license in the David Lockridge wallet are very good indeed, but the stuff in the flat gray case is better. The stuff in there is gold. Putting it together has been a work of 5 years, a labor of love going back to when he decided he must eventually get out of the business that makes him, admit it, just another bad person. Dalton Smith isn't just a Lord Buxton wallet with legit looking driver's license inside. Dalton Smith is practically a real person. The MasterCard, the Amex card, and the Visa all get used regularly. Ditto the Bank of America debit card. Not every day, but often enough so the accounts don't gather dust. His credit rating isn't excellent, which might draw attention, but it's very good. There's a Red Cross blood donor card, the Social Security card, and Dalton's membership to the Apple user group. No dumb self here. Dalton Curtis Smith is a freelance computer tech with a fairly lucrative sideline that allows him to go wherever the wind blows. Also in the wallet are pictures of Dalton with his wife. They were divorced 6 years ago. Dalton with his parents, killed in the ever-popular car crash when Dalton was a teenager. Dalton with his estranged brother. They don't talk since Dalton found out his brother voted for Nader in the 2000 election. Dalton's birth certificate is in the etui and references. Some are from individuals and small businesses whose computers Dalton has fixed. Others from people who have rented to him in Portsmouth, Chicago, Irvine. His go-to guy in New York, Bucky Hansen, has created some of these references. Bucky is the only person Billy trusts completely. Others Billy created himself. Dalton Smith never stays long in one place. A tumbling tumbleweed is he, but he is in situ. He's a very good tenant. Neat and quiet. Always pays the rent on time. Billy, Dalton Smith, with his low-key but impeccable bona fides, is beautiful as a snowfield without a single track on it. He hates the idea of defacing that beauty by putting Dalton to work. But isn't this exactly what Dalton Curtis Smith was created for? It is. One last job. The ever-popular one last job. And Billy can disappear into a new identity. Probably not live the rest of his life in it. But even that's possible. Assuming he can get out of this town without being burned. A $500,000 down payment has already made their rounds and finished up a Dalton's bank account in Nevis, and $500,000's the biggest sign that Nick isn't playing this funny. When the work is done, the rest will follow. Dalton's driver's license headshot shows a man of about Billy's age, maybe a year or two younger, but he's blonde instead of dark. He has a mustache, Next morning, Billy parks on the front fourth level of the garage near the Girard Tower. After making certain adjustments to his appearance, he walks in the opposite direction. This is Dalton Smith's maiden voyage. When the city is small, small distances can make a big difference. Pearson Street is only 9 blocks from the main street parking garage. A brisk 15-minute walk. Girard Tower still looms close enough to be clearly seen. But this is a different world from the one where guys in ties and gals in click-clack shoes, man and woman, their posts, and lunch in the kind of restaurant where the waiter hands you a wine list along with a menu. There's a corner grocery, but it's closed up. Like many declining neighborhoods, this one is a food desert. There are 2 bathrooms, one closed, and the other looking like it's just hanging on. A pawn shop that doubles as a check cashing, small loans business. A sad little strip mall a bit further on, and a line of homes that are trying to look middle class and not getting there. Billy guesses the reason for the area's decline is the vacant lot right across the street from the Target house. It's a big expanse of rubbly, trash-strewn ground. Cutting through it are rusting railroad tracks, barely visible in high weeds, and summer goldenrod. Signs posted at 50-foot intervals read city property, no trespassing, in danger, keep out. He notes the jagged remains of a brick building that once must have been a train station. Maybe it served bus lines as well. Greyhound, Trailways, Southern. Now the city's land-based transportation has moved elsewhere. And this neighborhood, which might have been busy in the closing decades, of the last century, is suffering from a kind of municipal COPD. A rusty shopping cart lies overturned on the sidewalk across the way. A tattered pair of men's undershorts flap from one of its wheels in a hot wind that trussles the hair of Billy's blonde Dalton Smith wig and flutters his shirt collar against his neck. Most of the houses need paint. Some have for sale signs in the front of them. 658 also needs paint, but the sign in front reads, "Furnished apartments for rent." There's a real estate agent's number to call. Billy notes it down, then goes up the cracked cement walk and looks at the line of doorbells. Although it's just a 3-story, there are 4 bells. Only one of them, second from the top, has a name. Jensen. He rings it. At this time of day, there's probably nobody home, but his luck is in. Footsteps descend the stairs. A youngish woman peers through the dirty glass of the door. What she sees is a white man in a nice open-collared shirt and dress pants. His blonde hair is short, his mustache is neatly trimmed. He wears glasses. He's quite fat. Not to the point of obesity, but getting there. He doesn't look like a bad person. He looks like a good person who could stand to drop 20 or 30 pounds. So she opens the door, but not all the way. As if I could push my way in and strangle you right there in the foyer, Billy thinks. There's no car in the driveway. We're parked at the curb, which means your husband's at work, and those 3 unmarked bells strongly suggest that you are the only person in this old faux Victorian. I don't buy from door-to-door salesman, Miss Jensen says. No, ma'am, I'm not a salesman. I'm new in the city and looking for an apartment. This looks like it might be in my price range. Just wanted to know if this was a nice place. My name's Dalton Smith. He holds out his hand. He gives it a token touch, then draws her own hand back. But she's willing to talk. Well, it's not the greatest area, as you can see. The nearest supermarket's a mile away, but me and my husband haven't had any real problems. Kids get into that old train yard across the way sometimes, probably drinking and smoking dope. And there's a dog around the corner that barks half the night, but that's about the worst of it. He pauses and he sees her looking down, checking for a wedding ring that's not there. You don't bark at night, do you, Mr. Smith? By which I mean parties and loud music. No, ma'am. He smiles and touches his mustache. The fake pregnancy belly has been inflated to about 6 months. I like to eat, though, because there's a clause about excessive noise in the rental agreement. May I ask how much you pay per month? That's between me and my husband. If you want to live here, you'd have to take it up with Mr. Ritchie. Mr. Richter. He's the man that handles this place. A couple of others down the block too, although this one's nicer, I think. Completely understood. I apologize for asking. Miss Jensen thaws a little. I will tell you that you don't want the 3rd floor. That place is a hot box, even when the wind blows from across the old train yard, which it does most of the time. No air conditioning, I take it. You take it right. But when it comes on cold weather, the heat's okay, because you have to pay for it. Electricity, too. It's all in the agreement. If you've rented before, I guess you know the drill. Boy, do I ever. He rolls his eyes and finally gets a smile out of her. Now he can ask what he really wants to ask. What about the downstairs? Is that a basement apartment? Because it looks like there's a bell. Her smile widens. Oh, yes. And it's quite nice, furnished, like the sign says, although, you know, just the basics. I wanted that one, but my husband thought it would be too small if our application gets approved. We're trying to adopt. Billy marvels at this. She has just revealed a crucial piece of her heart, of her marriage heart. After she balked at revealing how much rent she and her husband pay, which he asked not because he really wanted to know, but because it would make him seem plausible. Well, good luck to you and thanks. If this Mr. Richter and I see eye to eye, maybe you'll see more of me. You have a good day now. You too, nice to meet you. This time she holds out her hand for a real shake. And Billy thinks again about what Nick said. You get along with people without buddying up to them. Nice to know that works even if you look fat. As he walks down the sidewalk, she calls after him. I bet that basement apartment stays nice and cool even in the hottest weather. I wish we'd taken it. He gives her a thumbs up and heads back towards downtown. He's seen all he needs to see and has come to a decision. This is the place he wants. And Nick Majarian doesn't need to know a thing about it. Halfway back, he comes to a hole-in-the-wall store that sells candy, cigarettes, magazines, cold drinks, and burner phones in blister packs. He buys one, paying cash, and sits on a bus bench to get it up and running. He will use it as long as he has to, then dispose of it. The others as well. Always supposing the deal goes down. Cops are going to know right away that it was David Lockridge who assassinated Joel Allen. They will then discover that David Lockridge is an alias of one William Summers, a Marine vet with sniper skills and sniper kills. They will also discover Summers' association with Kenneth Huff, the designated fall guy. What they must not discover is that Billy Summers, aka David Lockridge, has disappeared into the identity of Dalton Smith. Nick can never know that either. He calls Bucky Hansen in New York and tells Bucky to send the box marked safeties to his Evergreen Street address. So this is it, huh? You're really pulling the pin. Looks like it, Billy says. But we'll talk more. We'll talk some more. Sure we will. Just make sure it isn't collect from some Hooli Bop City jail. You're my man, Hoss. Billy ends the call and makes another. To Richter, the real estate guy, who is serving as rental agent for 658 Pearson. I understand it's furnished. Would that include Wi-Fi? Just a second, Mr. Richter says. But it's more like a minute. Billy hears paper rustling. At last, Richter says, yes, put in 2 years ago, but no television. You'd have to supply that. All right, I want it. How about I drop by your office? I could meet you there, show you the place. That won't be necessary. I just want it as a base of operations while I'm in this part of the country. Could be a year, could be two. I travel quite a bit. The important thing is the neighborhood looks quiet. Richter laughs. Since they demolished the train station, you bet it is. But the people out there might trade a little more noise for a little more commerce. They set the time to meet the following Monday, and Billy returns to level 4 of the parking garage, where his Toyota is parked in a dead spot. Neither of the security cameras can see, if they can see at all. They look mighty tired to Billy. He removes the wig and mustache, the glasses, and the fake pregnancy belly after stowing them in the trunk. He takes the short walk back to Gerard Tower. He's there in time to get a burrito from the Mexican wagon. He eats it with Jim Albright and John Colton, the lawyers from 5. He sees Colin White, the dandy who works for Business Solutions. Today he's looking mighty cute in his sailor suit. That guy, he's quite the bandbox, isn't he? Yes, Billy agrees and thinks, bandbox, who's just about my height. All right. We're gonna call it right there because I've been at this 7.5 hours. My voice is starting to get tired. We will continue with Billy Summers. Maybe tomorrow, depending on whether or not we're playing with Tim and the boys and the girls and everybody else. Haven't heard anything from him, so we will find out. Oh, that duck is on fire. It's a flaming duck. That's kind of cool. All right, everybody. Thank you for the follows and the subs. Oh, is he lighting everybody on fire? That's not cool. Pyro duck. Several ducks on fire. Wow. Didn't know that was part of the whole routine. Oh. Ducks going around lighting other ducks on fire. That seems not nice. Not gonna raid out today. But I will be back on tomorrow.